The civilian populations would like to get out of the towns, but they don't know where to take cover.
Building activated.
Of course. Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved.
Okay.
Available arsenal improved.
Civilians in sight. Destination reached. Let's get going. Go! Of course. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Okay. Go! Let's get going. Destination okay. Yes, sir. Let's get going. Information.
Civilians picked up.
Okay. Let's get going.
Available arsenal improved.
Mission accomplished.
Available arsenal improved.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building lost. Building activated. Available arsenal improved. Building activated. Building activated. Building activated.
Information.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building activated.
Of course. Okay.
Building activated.
Of course. Yes, sir. Let's get going. Destination yes, reached. Sir. Go! Of course. Destination reached. Let's get going. Of course. Yes, sir. Go! Destination reached. Let's get going. Okay. Yes, sir.
Available arsenal improved.
Destination reached. Okay. Of course.
Civilians picked up.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Some civilians have been killed.
Destination reached. Yes, sir. accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Available arsenal improved.
Information.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building activated.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building activated.
Some civilians
Available
have been
arsenal
killed.
improved. Unit lost.
Retreat!
Some civilians have been killed.
Building activated.
Some civilians have been killed.
Let's get going! Information. Civilians in sight. Destination reached.
Building activated. Building completed.
Let's get going! Destination reached, of course. Okay. Yes, sir. Destination
Building
reached. Go!
completed.
Yes, sir. Of course. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Of course. Let's get going!
Civilians picked up.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee
Let's
camps.
get going! Go!
Building activated. Mission failed.
Some civilians have been killed.
In my day, it would never have happened like that.
The civilian populations would like to get out of the towns, but they don't know where to take cover.
Let's get going!
Building activated.
Destination information. Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved.
Okay, of course.
Available arsenal improved.
Civilians inside destination reached. Yes, sir. Of course. Let's get going. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Of course. Let's get
Civilians
going.
picked up.
Destination reached. Okay. Let's get going.
Available arsenal improved. Insufficient funds.
Some civilians have been killed.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are
Available
arriving to take
arsenal
shelter in the
improved.
refugee camps.
Building lost. Building activated.
Information. Okay.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Okay.
Some civilians have been killed.
Of course. Go!
Building activated.
Let's get going! Okay, let's get going! Of course. Destination reached. Go! Okay. Of course. Let's get going! Destination reached. Let's get going! Okay. Let's get going! Yes, sir. Destination reached. Go! Let's get going! Destination reached. Of course.
Civilians picked up.
Mission accomplished. Of course. Destination go!
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Let's get going! Let's get going! Yes, sir! Okay. Go! Right away! Yes, sir! Let's get going! Mission right away! Yes, sir! Okay. Go! Right away! Go! Destination reached. Yes, sir. Go!
Available arsenal improved. Unit lost.
Let's get going! Destination reached. Destination reached. Movement impossible. Okay. Destination reached.
Some civilians have been killed.
Unit lost.
Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved. Unit lost.
Some civilians have been killed.
Let's get going.
Some civilians have been killed.
Okay.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building completed. Repaired.
Let's get going. Attacked.
Unit lost.
Okay.
A soldier has stepped on a
Building
mine.
completed.
Go.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building available arsenal improved.
Yes, sir.
Some civilians
Building
have been
completed.
killed.
Let's get going. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Building completed.
Go.
Building
Destination
completed.
reached. Okay.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Go. Okay. Of course.
Unit lost.
Accomplished. Let's get going. Mission
Mines
accomplished.
have been located and defused.
Okay. Go. We're engaging. Let's get going. Mission accomplished.
Mines have been located and...
Unit
Let's
lost.
get going. It's as good as done. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Of course. Let's get going. Go. Yes, sir. Okay. Of course. Information. Destination reached. Mission accomplished.
Mines have been located and defused.
Movement impossible. Okay. Okay. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Go! We're engaged. Yes. Okay. Mission accomplished. Yes, sir. Of course. Destination reached. Go! It's as good as done. Let's get going. Yes, sir. Mission
Mines
accomplished.
have been located and defused.
Let's get going! Destination reached. Let's get going! Retreat!
Unit lost.
Okay.
Mission failed.
Some civilians have been killed.
I'm sure the general's done everything in his power. Building activated.
Okay. Of course. Destination information.
Available arsenal improved.
Of course.
Unit lost.
Go! Civilians in sight. Yes, sir. Of course.
Civilians
Go!
picked
Okay.
up.
Yes, sir. Go! Destination reinforced. Yes, sir.
Available
Let's get
arsenal
going.
improved.
Of course. Yes, sir. Go! Let's get going. Destination reached. Of course. Destination reached. Go!
Insufficient funds.
Okay. Go! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course. Mission accomplished. Let's get going. Go! Destination mission accomplished. Of course. Yes, sir. Right
Available
away.
arsenal improved.
Of course. Go! Okay. Let's get going. Yes, sir.
Building activated.
Go! Mission accomplished. Yes, sir. Of course. Information.
Available arsenal improved.
Mission accomplished. Right away. Go! Let's get going. Good as done. Okay. Impossible. We're engaging the enemy. Mission accomplished.
Mines have been located and defused.
Retreat.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building activated.
Okay. Go!
Building activated.
Yes, sir. Reach. Let's get going. Yes, sir.
Building activated.
Yes, sir. Okay. Of course. Destination okay. Okay. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Of course.
Available arsenal improved.
Of course. Information.
Civilians
Okay,
picked up.
Yes, sir. Let's get going. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Civilians picked up.
Destination sir.
Mines have been located and defused.
Go! Civilians, yes, sir. Let's get going. Of course. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Some civilians have been killed.
Of course. Okay, yes, sir. Of course. Okay. Go! It's as good as done. Of course. Let's get going. Okay. Go! Retreat. Mission accomplished.
Unit lost.
Of course. Mission accomplished. Let's get going.
Available
Civilians
arsenal
are
improved.
arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Of course. Go!
Some civilians have been killed.
Available arsenal improved.
Okay. Go! Okay. Let's get going.
Some civilians have been killed.
Go! Okay. Destination reached. Impossible. Good as done. Destination reached. Right away. Yes, sir. Right away. Okay. Let's get going.
Available arsenal
Mines have been
improved.
located and defused.
Of course. Destination reached. Go! Destination reached. Let's get going! Destination reached. Let's get going!
Building
Destination
completed.
Civilians are being targeted.
Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go!
Building completed.
Destination reached. Okay.
Building completed.
Okay.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Yes, sir. Of course.
Building completed.
Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Okay. Let's get going. Destination reached. Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Some civilians have been killed.
Okay. Yes, sir. Go!
Civilians are arriving to take...
Yes, sir. Let's right away. We're
Building
engaging the
completed.
enemy. Go! Destination reached. Yes, sir. Go! Destination reached. Okay. Destination
Civilians are arriving to take
Yes, sir.
shelter in the
Building completed.
refugee camps.
Yes, sir. Okay. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Go! Destination reached. Let's get going!
Some civilians have been killed. Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee
Unit
camps.
lost.
Go! Destination reached. Of course. Destination reached. Go! Yes, sir. Let's get going! Destination reached.
Some civilians have been
Go!
killed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building
Right
completed.
away! Let's get going! We're engaging the enemy! Of course. Okay. Right away! Of course.
Some civilians have been
Information.
killed.
Unit lost.
Okay. Civilians in sight. Yes, sir.
Insufficient funds.
Destination reached. Destination reached.
Unit lost. Building completed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Unit lost. Unit lost. Building completed. Insufficient funds. Building completed.
Go!
Building completed.
Go! Let's get going!
Building completed.
Destination reached. Yes, sir. We're engaging the enemy. Mission accomplished.
Civilians
Building
are
completed.
arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Unit
Going.
lost.
Of course.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Civilians
get
are
going.
arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Our base is being attacked. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go!
Civilians are arriving to take shelter
Building
in the
completed.
refugee camps.
Building activated.
Let's get going! Destination reached.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Let's get going! Let's get going!
Mission
Some
failed.
civilians have been killed.
In my day, it would never have happened like that.
The civilian populations would like to get out of the towns, but they don't know where to take cover.
Building activated.
Let's get going! Destination information. Let's get going!
Available arsenal improved.
Of course.
Unit
Of
lost.
course. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Civilians are being targeted.
Destination
Available
reached.
arsenal improved.
Of course. Civilians in sight. Of course. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Okay.
Available arsenal
Yes, sir.
improved.
Okay. Of course. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Destination reached. Let's get going!
Civilians picked up. Insufficient funds.
Mission accomplished. Information.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Go! Let's get going!
Building activated.
Destination reached.
Building completed. Building completed.
Of course.
Building completed.
Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go!
Building completed.
Okay. Go!
Building completed. Unit lost. Building completed.
Okay. Let's get
Unit
going!
lost. Building completed. Insufficient funds.
Let's get going!
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached. Let's get going!
Building completed.
Information. Destination reached.
Civilians building completed.
Destination reached. We're engaging the enemy. We're being attacked. Mission accomplished. Go! Of course. We're engaged. Mission accomplished.
Mines.
Destination reached. Go! Okay. Right away. Of course. Mission
Mines have
accomplished.
been located
Let's get
and
going.
defused. Some
Civilians
civilians
picked up.
have been killed.
Yes, sir. Go! Okay. Yes, sir.
Some
Unit
civilians
lost.
have been killed.
Reached. Of course. Mission enemies attacking.
Civilians are
arsenal
arriving to
improved.
take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached.
Some civilians have been killed.
Let's get going. Right away. Okay. Go! Mission accomplished.
Some
Of course. Let's get going. We're in right away. The enemy. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished.
mines have been located and defused.
Information. Go!
Some
Okay.
civilians have
We're
been killed.
engaging the... Mission accomplished.
Mines
Let's get
have been
going.
located and defused.
Of course. It's okay. Done. Yes, sir. Let's get going. Yes, go.
Mines have been located and defused.
Okay. Go. Mission accomplished. Okay.
Available arsenal improved.
Go. Of course. Let's get going.
Available arsenal improved. Defenses neutralized.
We're being attacked. Destination reached. Okay. Destination reached.
Building activated.
Yes, sir.
Defenses reactivated.
Okay. Destination reached.
Available arsenal
Go!
improved.
Destination reached. Destination reached.
Building completed. Unit efficient funds.
Some civilians have been
Building
killed.
completed.
Information. Civilians in sight. Yes, sir. Of course. Okay.
Building completed.
Go! Destination
Some
reached.
civilians have been killed.
Unit lost. Unit lost. Building completed.
Destination reached. Good as done.
Building
Mines
completed.
have been located.
Go! Yes, sir. Okay. Let's get going. Yes, sir. Good as done. Okay.
Building
We're
completed.
engaging the... Go!
Civilians
Yes,
are arriving to
sir.
take shelter in the refugee
Yes, sir.
camps.
Okay. We're being attacked.
Unit lost.
Of course. Yes, sir. Of course. Let's get going.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Let's get going. We're engaging the enemy.
Some civilians have been killed.
Unit lost. Mission failed.
Perhaps I overestimated the general.
The civilian populations would like to get out of the towns, but they don't know where to take cover.
Okay.
Building activated.
Destination information. Go!
Available arsenal
Yes, sir.
improved.
Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved.
Destination reached. Let's get going, sir. Go! Destination reached. Okay. Okay.
Available
Go!
arsenal
Destination
improved.
reached.
Insufficient funds. Available arsenal improved.
Of course. Destination reached. Okay.
Building completed.
Go! Destination reached. Impossible.
Building
Yes,
completed.
sir. Movement impossible. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right away. Destination reached. Let's get going. Done. Mission accomplished. Let's get going, sir. Go.
Building completed.
Right away. Yes, sir. It's as good as done. Let's get going. Of course. Go.
Mines
Okay.
have been
The enemy.
located and defused.
Yes, sir. Let's get going. Mission accomplished. Let's get going. Yes, sir. Okay.
Building activated.
Go. Of course. Destination accomplished.
Mines have been located.
Let's get going. Yes, sir. We're engaging the enemy. Mission accomplished.
Mines have been located.
Go! Let's get going! Sir. Okay. Destination accomplished.
Mines have been located and defused.
Yes, sir. Of course. Let's get going! Go! Done. Of course. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get going! Go! Okay. We're engaging the enemy. Yes, sir. Yes, go! Sir. Of course. Mission accomplished.
Building activated.
As good as done.
Mines have been located and defused.
Yes, sir. Go! Movement impossible. Yes, sir. Of course. Mission accomplished.
Mines have been located and defused.
Let's get going. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Information. Of course. Yes, sir. Go!
Civilians picked up.
Okay. Let's get going.
Building
picked up.
activated.
Of course.
Some civilians have been killed.
Of course. Destination reached. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps. Some civilians have been killed.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Go!
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Let's get going.
Unit lost.
Of course. Retreat.
A soldier
Building
has
completed.
stepped on a
Unit
mine.
lost. Unit lost.
Go! Retreat.
Building completed.
Reached information. Destination, yes, sir.
Building completed.
Okay. Destination
Unit
reached.
lost.
A soldier has
completed.
stepped on a mine.
Unit lost. Building completed.
Okay.
Unit lost.
Of course.
Building completed. Construction called off.
Enemies attacking.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached. Let's get going. Of course.
Building completed. Building completed.
Go!
Building completed. Unit lost.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
A soldier has stepped on a
Unit
mine.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Go!
Building activated. Lost. Available arsenal improved.
A soldier has
Unit
stepped on a
lost.
mine.
Destination reached. Enemies attacking. Destination reached. Let's get going. Go!
Civilians are
Get
arriving to
going.
take shelter in the refugee camps.
Okay. Destination reached.
Available arsenal
Let's
improved.
get going. Civilians in sight. Destination reached. Go! Yes, sir.
Insufficient funds.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Go! Destination reached. Okay. Yes,
Building
sir.
completed.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building
Yes,
completed.
sir. Destination. Let's get
Unit
going.
lost.
Civilians picked up.
Unit lost.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
A soldier has stepped on a
Enemies
mine.
attacking. Destination reached.
Building completed. Building completed.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Unit lost.
Let's get going. Of course. Okay.
Building
Go!
completed.
Destination reached. Yes, sir. Of course.
Building completed.
It's as good as done. We're engaging the enemy. Of course. Mission accomplished.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Go! Destination reached. Of course. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take
Insufficient
shelter
funds.
in the refugee Some
camps.
civilians have been killed.
Of course.
Building completed.
Okay. Destination reached.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building completed.
Let's get going! Movement impossible! Go! Go! Mission
Building
accomplished.
completed.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached. Let's get going! Go!
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. We're engaging
Building
the enemy.
completed.
Go!
Unit
Let's
lost.
get going! Enemies attacking! We're engaging the enemy. Yes, sir.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Go!
Building
Okay.
completed.
Destination reached. Go! Go!
Building completed. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Civilians
lost.
in sight.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building completed. Building completed.
Go! Okay. Destination reached. Go!
Unit lost. Available arsenal improved. Available arsenal improved.
Information. Destination reached. Enemies attacking. Okay. Of course.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building completed.
Okay. Of course.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached. Let's get going.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee
Get going.
camps.
Destination reached. Let's get going.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the
Building
refugee
completed.
camps.
Okay. Information, of course.
Building completed. Insufficient funds.
Destination reached. Go!
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed. Building completed.
Civilians inside reached.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Civilians picked up.
Let's get going.
Building completed.
Let's get going. Let's get going.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Our base is being attacked.
Building lost.
Information.
An air...
Go!
Building lost. Unit lost.
Civilians are being targeted.
Let's get going.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Okay.
Unit lost.
Let's get going. Let's
Unit
get
lost.
going.
Unit lost.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
I'm being attacked. Go! Destination reached.
Base under control.
Okay.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Information. Yes, sir.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Of course.
Building
Let's
completed.
get going. Destination reached. Okay. Let's get going.
Building completed. Building activated. Insufficient funds. Building completed.
Destination reached. Go! Destination reached. Ready to
Building
get
completed.
going. Destination reached. We're engaging the enemy. Mission accomplished. Go! Let's get going.
Building completed.
Of course. Destination reached. Let's get going. Go!
Building
Information.
completed.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building completed. Building completed.
Civilians in sight. Okay. Destination reached. Let's get going. Let's get going. Yes, sir.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Unit lost.
Of course. We're being attacked.
A soldier has stepped on a mine. Some civilians have been killed.
Okay. Let's go! Being attacked! Yes, sir. Destination reached. Of course. Let's get going! Go! Let's get going! Destination reached.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Let's get going! Okay. Destination reached. Of course. Let's get going! Yes, sir.
Base under control.
The ICP's taken control of a base.
Destination reached. Let's get going! Information. Yes, sir. Go! Of course. Let's get going! Of course. Civilians in sight. Let's get going! Okay, of course. Destination reached. Yes, let's get going! Go! Yes, sir. Let's get going! Okay.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached.
Civilians are
Okay.
arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached. Go! Let's get going!
Mission failed.
Some civilians have been killed.
I'm sure the General's done everything in his power.
Go! Destination reached.
Civilians
Let's
picked
get
up.
going! Destination reached.
Building completed. Building activated. Building completed. Building completed.
Civilians
Building
inside.
completed.
Destination reached. Go!
Building
Go!
completed. Building completed. Building completed. Building completed.
Go! Okay, destination reached.
Building completed.
Go! Mission accomplished.
Civilians picked
Civilians
up.
are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached. Civilians in sight. Of course. Destination okay.
Building completed.
Let's get going! Destination reached. Okay, yes sir. Destination reached.
Some civilians have been killed.
Go! Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Civilians in sight. Let's get going.
Civilians picked up.
Okay. Destination reached. Of course. Okay. Destination reached.
Civilians picked up.
Get going! Go! Yes, sir. Go! Of course. Of course. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Insufficient funds.
Destination reached. Go!
Building
Of course.
completed. Building completed.
Of course.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Information. Mission accomplished.
Building completed.
Of course.
Building completed.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Go! Of course.
Building completed.
Go! Of course. Destination reached.
Building
Let's
completed.
get going! Go! Yes, sir. Destination reached. Let's get going!
Building completed.
Go! Okay.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Okay. Yes, sir! Let's get going! Movement impossible. Yes, sir!
Building completed.
Okay.
Mines have been located and defused.
Let's get going!
Building completed.
Go! Destination reached. Let's get going! Information, of course.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Okay. Okay.
Unit lost. Building completed.
Retreat!
Unit lost.
Let's get going! Destination reached. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Go!
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Destination
Building
reached.
completed.
Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go! Okay. Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Information.
Building completed.
Of course. We're being attacked. Okay.
Unit lost.
Let's get going. Go! Let's get going.
An air raid has caused serious damage.
Unit lost.
Let's get going. Of course.
Unit lost.
Okay.
Unit
Right
lost.
away. Mission accomplished. It's as good as done. Reached. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Go!
Base under control.
The ICP's taken control of the base.
Let's get going! Information. Civilians in sight. Let's get going! Go!
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Okay. Destination reached.
Unit lost.
Retreat! Yes, sir. Destination reached. Go! Let's get going!
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee
Civilians
camps.
picked up.
Yes, sir. Go! Destination reached. Yes, sir. Of course. Yes, sir. Okay. Destination reached.
Civilians are
Let's
arriving
get
to take
going.
shelter in the refugee camps.
Go! Yes, sir. Destination reached. Formation. Let's get going! Of course. Let's get going!
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Let's get going! Mission accomplished. Yes, sir. Destination. Let's get going! Right away! Yes, sir. Right away! Okay. Go! It's as good as done. Mission accomplished. Right away! Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. As good as done. Okay.
You've cleared the zone completely. There are no more mines at all. Mission accomplished.
You've taken control of Ngorongoro, sir. You can now go through the pass, but be careful. Nigeria is ready and waiting for you on the other side. The enemy's military presence is mostly concentrated around the Saharan oil fields. We'll have to take control of these fields, General. Your objective is clear. Neutralize the Nigerian army's two main bases. It's precisely because of the oil that Nigeria embarked on this deadly war in the first place. So you can imagine how difficult it's going to be to flush them out of there.
We fear that when withdrawing, Nigeria will sabotage the derricks to set fire to the oil. Take great care to avoid the destruction of these stocks. Good luck, General. Building activated. Available arsenal improved. Available arsenal improved.
Civilian information. Mission accomplished. Let's get going! Destination reached. Of course. Let's get going!
Available
Of course.
arsenal improved. Civilians picked up.
Destination reached. We're being attacked. Okay. Let's get going! Of course. Mission accomplished. Retreat!
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Unit lost.
Retreat!
Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Information!
Building activated.
Yes, sir. Okay. Destination
Building
reached.
activated.
Go! Let's get going!
Building activated.
Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved. Unit repaired.
Go! Of course. Destination yes, reached. Sir. Go! Enemies attacking!
Civilians picked up.
Yes, sir. Of course. Destination reached. Let's get going!
Unit repaired.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building activated. Building activated.
Let's get going! Go! Okay. Of course. Let's get going!
Civilians picked up. Unit lost.
Information.
Building completed. Insufficient funds.
Civilians in sight.
Building completed.
Okay. Destination yes, sir. Let's get going.
Building completed.
Go.
Available arsenal
Mission
improved.
accomplished.
Building completed.
Destination of course.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building completed. Building completed. Building completed.
Of course. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Let's get going. Destination
Building
reached.
completed.
Information.
Building completed.
Of course. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Of course.
We've just intercepted a Nigerian communication. They're going to send troops to destroy all the derricks behind them. In about 10 minutes, they'll be within firing range. You must protect the derricks.
Of course. Go! Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit
Of
lost.
course. Go!
Unit lost.
Okay. Go!
Building activated.
Let's get going! Yes, sir! Go! Destination reached. Of course. Civilians in sight. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are
Insufficient
arriving to
funding
take shelter
activated.
in the refugee camps.
Of course.
Building completed.
Of course.
Building completed.
Let's get going! Go! Destination reached. Let's get going!
Building completed.
Okay. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Okay. Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Let's
Building
get going!
completed.
Of course.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached. Of course.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Of course.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building completed. Building completed. Building completed.
Unit repaired.
Building completed.
Civilians picked up.
Building completed.
Okay.
Building
sir.
completed. Building completed.
Mission accomplished. Destination
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
reached. Of course.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Civilians in sight. Yes, sir.
Building activated.
Destination reached.
Unit repaired.
lost.
Let's get going!
Available arsenal improved.
Go!
Unit repaired.
Destination reached. Let's get going! Go! Of course. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Okay. Of course.
Building activated.
Let's get going! Yes, sir.
Building activated.
Of course. Mission accomplished. Go!
Building
Civilians
activated.
are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Unit lost.
Okay. Destination reached.
Unit repaired.
Of course. Yes, sir. We're engaging the enemy. Mission accomplished. Of course. Right away.
Unit
Mission
lost.
accomplished. Right away. Go!
Unit lost.
Of course. Of course. Destination reached.
Unit lost.
It's as good as done.
Unit lost.
Mission accomplished.
Unit lost. Insufficient funds.
Unit repaired.
Building completed.
Of course.
Building completed. Unit lost.
Destination reached. Enemies attacking.
Building completed.
Let's get going. Civilians in sight. Go! Destination reached.
Take care. Apparently the enemy has decided to destroy the derricks in the region. You must protect them at all cost. The success of your mission will depend on how many derricks you save.
Destination reached.
Enemy reinforcements have been detected.
Building completed.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Mission accomplished. Okay.
Building completed. Unit lost.
Our base is being attacked. Okay.
Building lost.
Unit lost.
Go! Destination reached. Of course. Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Unit repaired. Lost.
Destination reached.
Unit repaired.
Unit lost.
Okay. We're engaging the enemy. Information.
Building completed.
Unit repaired.
Yes, sir. Accomplished.
Unit repaired. Building
Destination
lost.
reached.
Building completed.
Enemies attacking. Destination reached. Being attacked.
Unit
Destination
repaired.
reached. Let's get going.
Unit repaired.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Let's get going.
Building completed.
Go! Go!
Building completed.
Building lost.
Destination reached.
Unit repaired.
Destination reached.
Insufficient funds.
Information. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Unit repaired.
Yes, sir. Go!
Building completed.
Destination in sight.
Building completed. Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Unit repaired.
Of course.
Building
Destination
completed.
reached. Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Information. Let's get going.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached.
Unit repaired.
Okay, of course.
Unit repaired.
Destination reached. Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Information. Destination reached.
Building activated. Building activated.
Let's get going! Destination reached.
Civilians picked up.
Insufficient funds.
Go! Okay.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go! Destination reached. Okay.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Go!
Building completed. Activated.
Let's get going! Destination reached. Of course. Go!
Building completed. Building completed.
Unit repaired.
Of course.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Of course. Destination reached.
Unit repaired.
Building activated.
Yes, sir.
Building activated.
Unit repaired.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Let's get going! Go! Go! Destination reached.
Unit repaired.
Destination reached. Let's get going! Destination reached. Civilians in sight. Retreat!
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go! Yes, sir. Let's get going!
Building completed.
In formation.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building completed.
Yes, sir.
An air raid has caused serious damage.
Destination reached.
Unit lost.
Civilians picked up.
Okay. Let's get going! Reached. In formation. Go!
Insufficient funds.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached.
Building completed. Building completed.
Civilians are
completed.
being targeted.
Building completed.
Civilians in sight.
Insufficient funds. Building completed.
Information. Okay. Coordination reached. Of course. Go! Destination reached. Okay. Destination reached. Let's get going! Destination reached.
Insufficient funds. Building completed.
Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Mission accomplished.
Building completed.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the
Let's get
refugee
going.
camps.
Okay.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Information.
Unit lost. Insufficient funds.
Okay. Destination reached.
Building completed. Building completed.
An air raid has caused serious damage.
Building completed.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
In formation.
Unit lost.
Of course. Let's get going! Okay. Of course.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir.
Unit lost.
A refugee camp has been attacked and destroyed.
Base under control.
The ICP has
Let's
taken
get going.
control of a base.
Destination reached. In formation. Yes, sir. Civilians in sight.
Building activated.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Civilians picked up.
Yes, sir. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to
Available
take shelter in the
arsenal improved.
refugee camps.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Yes, sir.
Available arsenal improved.
Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved. Available arsenal improved. Building completed.
Yes, sir. Of course. Destination reached. Information. Destination reached.
Civilians picked up.
Okay.
Building activated.
Go! Civilians in sight. Let's get going!
Building activated. Unit repaired. Available arsenal improved. Unit repaired.
Civilians picked up.
Of course.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building
Of
activated.
course. Go!
Building
Destination
activated.
reached.
Insufficient funds.
Information. Of course.
Building completed.
Of course. Okay.
Building completed.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Construction called off.
Building completed.
Unit repaired. Unit repaired.
Building completed. Building completed. Building completed. Building completed. Building completed.
Information.
Unit lost. Building completed.
Okay.
Building completed.
Okay. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Destination reached, of course. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Mission accomplished. Destination reached.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Information. Go! Yes, sir. Of course.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
An air raid has caused serious damage.
Let's get going!
Unit lost.
Go! Let's get going! Let's get going!
A refugee camp has been attacked and destroyed.
Yes!
Mission accomplished.
I've got good news for you, General. Your intervention in South Niger didn't go unnoticed. The ICP has asked me to present you with your 5th star. From here on, You'll have 4 commanders under your command to carry out very large-scale offensives. General, the ICPs decided to bring this war to an end. The Nigerian army must be thrown out of the south of the country where they've withdrawn. I'm counting on you to neutralize all the Nigerian bases that are still operational.
You'll be up against 2 major problems, General. First of all, their main base on the plateau is extremely well defended. Secondly, a lot of civilians have taken refuge in the surrounding villages. It's your job to protect these people throughout your military operation. From now on, you can work in collaboration with Commander Evans, who specializes in air operations. Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Okay. Destination formation.
Available arsenal improved. Available arsenal improved. Available arsenal improved. Available arsenal improved.
Go! Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Of course. Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Yes, sir. Destination reached. Okay. In formation.
Building activated.
Building activated. Available arsenal improved.
Reached. Go! Destination reached. Information. Okay. Destination reached. Okay. Destination reached.
Building activated.
Okay. Civilians in sight. Go! Destination reached. Of course. Go! Okay. Yes, sir.
Building activated.
Go! Enemies attacking! Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee
sir.
camps.
Destination reached.
Building lost. Building lost.
Unit lost.
Let's get going!
Unit lost.
Information.
Unit lost.
Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Let's get going! Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building activated. Available arsenal improved.
Unit repaired.
Of course.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Destination reached. Yes, sir.
Building activated.
Let's get going! Destination reached. Of course. Go! Destination reached. Destination Let's get going! Okay. Destination reached.
Insufficient funds.
Building lost. Building lost.
Building completed. Building completed. Building completed. Building completed. Unit lost.
Building resold. Building lost.
Building activated.
Of course.
Building activated. Unit lost.
Enemies attacking! Go! Destination reached. Information.
Insufficient popularity.
Let's get going!
Unit
Enemies
lost.
attacking!
Unit lost. Unit lost. Insufficient popularity. Building activated. Insufficient funds. Building completed.
Okay. Destination reached.
Insufficient funds. Building activated. Building completed.
Building lost.
An air raid has caused serious damage.
Building activated. Insufficient funds. Building completed.
Let's get going!
Building completed.
Destination reached. Of course.
Building
Our base is
lost.
being attacked. Destination reached. Of course.
Unit lost.
Destination reached. Go! In formation. Enemies attacking.
Building activated.
Go!
Unit lost. Building lost.
Destination reached. Our base is being attacked. Of course. Okay.
Building
Of
lost.
course. Our base is being
Building
attacked. Being
lost.
attacked. Of course. Our base is being attacked.
Building lost.
Let's get going.
Insufficient energy.
Okay. We're being attacked. Of course. Okay. Let's get going. Okay.
Building lost.
Destination reached. Yes, sir.
Building lost.
The organization's
Our base is being attacked.
Unit lost.
Let's get
Building
going.
lost.
Our base is being attacked.
Building lost. Base lost. Mission failed.
Perhaps I overestimated the General. General, the ICPs decided to bring this war to an end.
From now on, you can work in collaboration with
The civilian populations would like to get out of the towns, but they don't know where to
Yes,
take
sir.
cover.
available arsenal improved. Activated.
Let's get going. Destination reached. Let's get going. Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved. Available arsenal improved.
Available arsenal improved. Available arsenal improved.
Go! Destination reached. Information.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated. Building activated. Available arsenal improved.
Information.
Building activated. Building activated. Building activated.
Let's get going! Go! Information. Destination reached. Okay.
Building activated. Building activated. Building activated. Building completed.
Go! Destination reached. Information.
Building completed. Building completed. Building completed.
Building lost.
Unit lost.
Information.
Insufficient funds.
A soldier has stepped on a mine.
Yes, sir.
Building completed. Building completed.
Destination reached. Let's get going. Destination reached.
Building activated.
Okay. We're being attacked.
A soldier has stepped on a mine.
Of course. Let's get going. Let's get going. Let's get going. Of course. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building activated.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved.
Okay.
Building activated.
Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved. Available arsenal improved.
Okay. Destination
Building
reached.
activated. Building activated.
Information.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated. Building activated. Building activated. Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Okay.
Building
Destination reached.
activated. Building activated.
Information.
Building activated. Building activated. activated.
Let's get going! Let's get going! Okay. Destination reached. Go! Yes, sir. Of course. Go! Okay. Of course. Information. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building activated. Building activated. Available arsenal improved. Building activated. Available arsenal improved.
Okay, of course.
Unit repaired.
Let's get going! Destination reached.
Civilians picked up.
Yes, sir. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Information.
Available arsenal improved.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Insufficient funds. Building activated. Building activated. Available arsenal improved.
Information. Let's get going. Okay. Go!
Building activated.
Civilians
Let's get
picked up.
going. Go! Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Unit lost.
Our base is being attacked.
Building activated. Building activated.
Let's get going.
Building activated. Building activated.
Destination reached. Information. Mission accomplished. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Go! Mission accomplished. Destination reached.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Information. Let's get going. Let's get going. Destination reached. Go! Destination reached. Let's get going. Mission accomplished. Yes, sir. Civilians in sight. Destination reached. Go! Let's get going.
Civilians picked up.
Destination reached. Let's get going! Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
In formation.
Unit lost. Available arsenal improved. Building activated. Building activated. Building
Let's
activated.
get going!
Building activated.
In formation. Let's get going! Destination
Building
reached.
activated.
Go! Destination reached. Yes, sir.
Building activated.
Yes, sir. Mission accomplished.
Building activated.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building activated. Building activated. Building activated.
We're being attacked. Our base is being attacked.
Unit lost. Insufficient funds. Building activated. Building completed.
Go! Destination reached.
Unit lost.
Civilians in sight. Okay. Let's get going. Destination reached.
Civilians picked up.
Destination reached. Go! Information. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Insufficient funds. Building completed. Building completed. Available arsenal
Building
improved.
completed.
Building activated. Building completed. Building completed. Building activated. Building
Information.
activated.
Our base is being attacked.
Building lost.
Our base is being attacked. Our base is being attacked. Let's get going. Go! Destination reached. Okay, of course.
Building activated.
Reached. It's as good as accomplished. Destination reached.
Building completed. Building activated.
Yes, sir. Information. Okay. Destination reached. Okay. Destination reached.
Building activated.
Let's get going! Destination
Building
reached.
activated.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building activated. Building activated. Building activated.
Yes, sir. Okay. Destination reached. Let's get going!
Civilians
Go!
picked up.
Destination reached. Let's get going! Information. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the
Okay.
refugee camps.
Insufficient funds. Building completed. Building completed. Building completed. Building completed.
Okay. Destination
Building
reached.
completed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached. Information.
Building completed. Building completed.
Building lost.
Building completed.
Information.
Unit lost. Insufficient funds. Building activated. Building completed.
Let's get going. Of course.
Building
Destination
completed.
reached. Destination reached. Let's get going. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Information. Let's get going! Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Enemy reinforcements have been detected.
Let's get going! Destination reached. Go! Destination reached.
An air raid has caused serious damage.
Okay. Okay. Impossible. Let's get going. Yes, sir. It's as good as...
The
Mission accomplished.
ICP's taken control of a base. I need help, General.
Enemies attacking. Let's get going. Of course. Destination reached. Let's get going. Of
Building activated.
Yes, sir.
I need help, General.
Okay. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
I need help, General.
Okay. Go! Enemies attacking!
A soldier has stepped on a mine.
Yes, sir. Go! Get going! Reached.
Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
I need help,
going.
General.
Okay.
Available arsenal improved.
Go! Destination reached. Let's get going!
Building activated.
Destination reached. Information. Of course.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Available arsenal improved.
Okay. Destination reached. Let's get going!
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building completed. Building completed.
Okay. Destination reached.
Building completed. Available arsenal in building completed. Unit repaired. Building Unit repaired. Unit repaired. Building completed. Insufficient funds. Unit repaired. Building completed.
Information.
Building completed. Building completed.
Destination reached.
Building completed. Unit repaired.
Okay.
Building completed. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
General, we're coming under attack.
Going.
repaired.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Okay. Of course. Destination reached. Of course. Go!
Insufficient funds. Building completed.
Yes, sir. Okay. General, we're coming under
Building
attack.
completed.
Information.
Building completed.
Okay. Go!
Building completed.
Okay. Go! Our base is under attack. General, we're coming under attack.
Unit repaired.
Building
Mission
completed.
accomplished. Yes, sir.
Insufficient energy.
An air
Our
raid
base
has
is
caused
under
serious
attack.
damage.
Of course. Yes, sir.
Building activated.
Yes, sir. Okay, of course.
Building completed. Available arsenal improved. Building activated.
Go!
Unit repaired.
Okay. Of course. Destination reached. Of course. Okay.
Civilians picked up.
Information, of course.
Unit lost.
Let's get going!
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Let's get going! Go!
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Unit repaired. Unit repaired.
Being attacked! We're coming under attack! Information. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
we're coming under attack.
Unit
Yes, sir.
repaired.
Okay.
Unit lost.
Of course.
Unit lost.
General, we're coming under attack.
Building completed. Unit
Let's
lost.
get going. Retreat. Of course.
Unit lost.
General, we're coming under attack.
Building completed. Building completed. Unit repaired.
Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Okay. Let's get going. Information. Okay. Of course.
Building completed. Unit lost.
Of course. General, we're coming under attack.
Unit repaired.
General, we're coming under attack.
Building completed. Building completed.
Information.
Building lost.
Building completed.
Building lost.
General,
Building
we're
lost.
coming under attack.
Available
Building
arsenal
activated.
improved.
Defenses reactivated.
Building completed. Building activated. Building completed.
Building lost. Building lost.
General, we're
Building
coming under
activated.
attack.
Building completed. Building completed.
General, we're coming under
Building
attack.
lost.
Available arsenal improved. Building completed.
General, we're coming under attack.
Building activated. Building completed.
Building lost.
Information.
Building completed. Building completed. Building activated. Available arsenal improved. Building completed. Building activated. Building completed. Building completed.
Of course.
Building activated.
Yes, sir. Destination reached. Of course. Destination reached.
Building completed.
General, we're coming under attack.
Building completed. Unit lost. Building completed.
General, we're
Building
coming under
completed.
attack.
Building completed.
Information.
Building lost.
We're being attacked. Our base is being attacked.
Unit building
lost.
completed. Building completed. Building complete.
lost.
Insufficient funds. Building
Get
completed.
going. Destination reached. Of course. Let's get
Building
going.
activated.
Okay.
Unit
Destination
lost.
reached.
Building completed. Building completed.
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Available arsenal
Let's
improved.
get going! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Let's get going, of course.
Building completed.
We're going into shared defense mode.
Destination reached.
Building
Information.
completed. Building lost.
Go! Destination reached.
Building
Go,
completed.
of course. Destination Let's reached. Get going! Yes, sir, of course.
Building activated.
Go!
Building
Destination reached.
activated. Building completed.
Go!
Our base is under
Building
attack.
completed.
Destination reached.
An air raid has caused serious damage.
Building activated. Building completed. Building activated.
Of course. Destination reached.
Unit repaired.
We're being attacked.
Unit repaired. Building lost. Building completed. Building activated.
General, we're coming under attack.
Building activated. Unit lost. Building completed. Building activated.
Information.
Building completed.
General, we're coming under attack.
Building completed. Building completed. Building completed.
Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Of course.
Unit repaired.
Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go! Destination reached.
Building completed. Building completed.
In formation.
Building completed. Building completed. Building completed. Unit lost.
A refugee
Building
camp has been
completed.
attacked and destroyed.
Unit lost. Building completed.
Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Okay. In formation. General, we're coming under attack.
Unit lost. Building completed. Insufficient popularity.
Enemy reinforcements have been detected.
Building
Let's
completed.
get going, of course. Let's get going. Civilians inside course. Let's get going. Go!
Building completed.
Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Let's get going! Enemies attacking!
Building completed.
Go! Yes, sir! Being attacked! Mission accomplished. Go! Okay.
Building completed.
In formation.
Building completed.
Of course.
Building completed. Unit lost.
Okay. Let's get going! Okay.
Building completed. Unit lost.
Get going! Our base is under attack! Let's get going!
The
An air
organization
raid
has
has caused
destroyed a
serious
refugee
damage.
camp.
Unit lost. Building activated. Unit repaired. Lost. Unit lost. repaired.
Go!
Building
Okay.
activated. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Available arsenal
Go!
improved. Building completed.
In formation.
Building activated.
It's as good as done. Impossible. Mission accomplished.
Base under control.
The ICP's taken control of a base.
Building completed.
Let's get going! Of course.
Available arsenal improved.
Let's get going!
Building activated. Building completed.
Let's get going! Okay.
Building completed.
Go! Enemies attacking!
A soldier has stepped on a mine.
Building completed. Unit lost.
Of course. Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Of course.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Bring it right away. Okay. In formation. Go! We're engaging the enemy. Yes, sir. sir. Okay.
A refugee camp has been attacked and destroyed.
Okay.
Base under control.
The ICP's taken control of a base.
Let's get going! Destination reached. Let's get going! Go! In formation. Let's get going!
Building completed.
Movement impossible! Let's get going! Let's get going!
Building completed. Unit lost.
Okay. Destination reached.
A refugee camp has been attacked and destroyed.
Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Unit lost.
A refugee camp has been attacked and destroyed.
We're engaging
Building
the enemy.
completed.
Mission accomplished.
Unit lost.
Let's
Unit
get
lost.
going! Destination
The
accomplished.
ICP's taken control of a base.
In formation. We're being attacked. Yes, sir. Okay.
Building completed.
Of course. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Civilians in sight.
Building completed.
Okay. Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Let's get going! Mission accomplished.
Unit lost.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
General, we're coming under attack.
Unit lost. Building
Retreat.
completed. Unit building
Retreat. We're
completed.
going into dynamic defense. We're coming under attack. Of course. Destination reached. In formation. Okay. In sight. Let's get going. Okay. Destination reached. Go!
Building completed.
Let's get going! Destination reached. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Construction
Our base
called
is under
off.
attack.
An air raid has caused serious damage.
Unit lost.
General, we're coming under attack.
Building completed. Unit lost.
We're being attacked.
Building activated. Building completed. Unit lost.
In formation.
Building activated. Available arsenal improved. Building completed. Building activated. Building completed.
Okay. Of course.
Unit lost.
Enemies attacking. Destination reached.
Building completed. Unit lost. Building activated. Building completed. Insufficient funds. Building completed. Building completed.
A rapid attack has just been launched.
Building completed. Unit lost.
In formation.
Building completed.
Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Civilians in sight. Okay. Let's get going. Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
General, we're coming under attack. Retreat! Retreat!
Unit lost. Building
Mission
completed.
accomplished. General, we're coming under attack.
Unit lost.
Civilians
Retreat.
are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Of course. Retreat! Information. General, we're coming under attack.
Unit lost.
Retreat!
Building completed.
General, we're coming under attack. Retreat!
Unit lost.
Retreat! General, we're coming under attack.
Unit lost.
Retreat!
Building completed. Unit lost.
Retreat!
Building completed.
Retreat! General, we're coming under attack.
Unit lost.
Retreat! General, we're coming under attack.
Building completed. Unit lost. Unit lost.
General,
Unit
we're coming
lost.
under attack. Of course. Let's get going. Okay.
Unit lost.
Information. Go!
Building completed.
Okay. Of course. Let's get going. Go! Of course. Let's get going.
Unit lost. Building completed.
Yes, sir. We're engaging the enemy. Yes, sir. Let's get going. Of course. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're engaging the enemy.
Unit lost.
Go!
Unit lost.
Let's get going. We're engaging the enemy. Mission accomplished. Enemy's attacking. Going.
Building completed.
A refugee camp has been attacked and destroyed.
Base under control.
The ICP's taken control of a base.
General, we're coming under attack. Yes, sir. Of course.
Building completed.
General, we're coming under attack. Go!
Unit lost.
Destination reached. Okay.
Building completed.
Insufficient
Our base is
energy.
being attacked. Of course. Let's get going. Destination reached. Of course. Go!
Building lost.
Destination reached. Let's
Building
get
completed.
going. Okay, being attacked. Yes, sir. Of course. Okay.
Building lost.
Destination reached.
Building completed.
Okay. Yes, sir. Of course. Information. Destination reached.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Of course. Yes, sir. Sir. Mission accomplished. Yes, sir. Of course. Of course. Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Let's get going!
Building completed.
Destination reached.
Insufficient funds.
Let's get going!
Building completed.
get going! Destination reached. Civilians in sight. Go! Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Of course. Destination formation.
Building completed.
Civilians in sight. Let's get going!
Civilians picked up.
Destination reached. Mission accomplished. Let's get going!
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Destination reached. Yes, sir. Destination reached. Okay.
Building completed.
Destination reached. Mission accomplished.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
Building completed.
Let's get going!
Building completed.
In formation.
Building completed. Unit lost.
Of course. It's as good as done. Go! Mission accomplished. Destination reached. Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Go! Yes, sir. Of course. Movement impossible. Let's get going.
Building
Destination,
completed.
go! Movement impossible. Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Information. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Let's get going.
Building completed.
Go!
Unit
Destination
lost.
reached. Let's get going.
Building completed.
Let's get going! Okay. Let's get going! Of course.
Building completed.
Mission accomplished. Destination reached.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee
Go!
camps.
Building completed. Unit lost.
In formation. Of course. Let's get going! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Okay. Destination reached. Go! Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Building completed. Unit lost. Building completed.
Of course. Destination reached. Information. Let's get going! Destination reached. Go! Of course.
Building
Being
completed.
attacked.
An
Unit
air raid
lost.
has caused serious damage.
Destination reached.
Some civilians have been killed.
Building completed.
Okay. Let's get going! Yes, sir. Destination reached.
Unit lost.
Let's
Unit
get
repaired.
going! Okay.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. Go!
soldier has stepped on a mine.
Go! In formation.
Building completed.
Okay.
Base under control.
Unit repaired.
Yes, sir.
Building completed.
Go! Civilians in sight. Let's get going! Yes, sir. Destination reached. Go! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Destination reached.
Civilians are arriving to take shelter in the refugee camps.
In formation. Let's get going, course. Destination reached.
A refugee camp has been attacked and destroyed.
Go! Okay, of course. Okay, let's get going! Okay. Go! Okay. Reached. Destination reached. Go! Destination reached. Yes, sir. Get going.
Unit repaired.
In formation. Go. Okay. Destination reached. Go. Enemies attacking.
Some civilians have been killed.
Unit lost.
Destination reached. Let's get going.
Unit lost.
Okay. Destination reached.
Some civilians have been killed. Civilians are being targeted.
Let's get going! Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Of course.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Destination reached. Okay. We're being attacked.
Unit lost.
Movement impossible. Destination reached. Okay. Information. Destination reached. Okay. Yes, sir. Of course. Go! Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Civilians are being
Unit
targeted.
lost.
Okay. Okay, go!
Unit lost.
Enemies attacking! Sir.
Unit lost.
Go! Get going! Destination reached.
Insufficient funds. Unit lost.
We're being attacked! Going!
Unit lost.
Let's get going! Destination reached.
A refugee camp has been attacked and destroyed.
Go! Destination reached.
Building completed.
Go! Get right away! Destination reached, of course. Okay.
Base under control.
Mission accomplished.
Base under control.
Niger's been liberated, General. ICP High Command would like you to join us to celebrate this victory. I can't wait to thank you myself, in person.
It's action stations in Niger, sir. We've just received pictures of exploding chemical missiles near Niamey. They've already made headline news in all the papers. One of the Nigerian bases that are still operational must protect the control center from the shooting range. We don't have time to find out precisely which one. Neutralize all of them without delay.
The two bases that are likely to be sheltering the control center from the shooting range are very close to the Nigerian coast, beside the Gulf of Guinea. You have carte blanche to see this final operation through to a successful conclusion. What's more, an ICP cruiser has just joined your troops. Its Tomahawk missiles may come in handy. All the same, take care, sir. The zone's heavily populated, and the media are already there.